Friends, and welcome back to a new episode of the TypeScript Tea Time. I'm your host, Mirko, and I hope you're having an awesome day today. This is the second time we're streaming today. This time is actually going to be more in line with what we've been doing, which is AWS. Yay! The service that we're going to check out now is called AWS or Amazon Rekognition. I still don't see a pattern. Some services are called like AWS something, and some are called Amazon something, and I absolutely see no pattern. Not at all. For one moment, I thought that everything that basically has an abbreviation like SES is called Amazon something, Amazon and then the abbreviation, but that's not the case. Apparently, for example, Rekognition also has the name Amazon. Well, Amazon, what is it? First of all, it is a machine learning based image and video analysis tool. So apparently we can search, verify, and organize millions of images and videos. For example, we could do face recognition with it. We can do an audio check first. not with the help of AWS Amazon Rekognition, but we can do an audio check in general, which is never a bad idea. We can do what else can we do? We can extract text from images, which is what we are basically looking forward to. We can label images with what is actually shown in this image, like there's scenery, there's a dog in the image, and whatnot. There's a lot that we can find out. For us, we want to mainly look at image recognition, not image recognition, but in particular text recognition inside of images. This is very, very similar to a service called TSTT. And it might actually be that recognition is underlying TSTT, but I don't actually know. Recognition, by the way, it comes with pre-learned machine learning algorithms, so we do not have to do any training ourselves, which is very, very good, because that is very, very complicated, I have learned, and time-consuming as well. There's a bug on our screen. Ready. We can. Wrong direction. Down. It cannot go further down. Gravity up. And then we shoot. Slightly more. Power down. Go away, buggers. Come on. Power down. I think we have to do gravity up. Some more. And then shoot. So close. Up. Shoot. Now here we go. Come on. That's the bugger must have moved. Well, take care of it later, I guess. Yeah, so very, very similar to in terms of text recognition. Very similar to Amazon TSTT, with another service from Amazon. Basically about finding text and images, but this one is much more trained on PDFs, documents, and everything in that direction. In particular, you can also ask it basically questions, which is pretty cool. And it interprets your questions using natural language detection, and then answers the question depending on what it finds inside of the image. So you could ask inside of a document, hey, what's the name of the patient? If you have like a chart from a medical chart, that would be something. But what we want to do in particular, because it's more general, we don't have documents. What I am thinking about is parsing stuff like this. Let me maybe open this. Yeah, like the ingredients list of some form of packaging. In particular, or based on bottles. So here we have the ingredients list, which is basically right there. And I don't think, well, TextRec can help us with that, but it's not as great, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, all of these inverted. So we have one which is like, yeah, there we go. This is like my my dishwashing detergent. And we want to extract the ingredients out of this image. So that's more complicated than what TextRec is able to do. So that is where Rekognition comes into play. Let me just share a general link with you. There we go. And I think it does come English. Sorry, I shared the German link. I hate that it sets me to German just because my IP is in Germany, even though my browser is set to English. There we go, that should be the right link. And it does come with a free tier. We can analyze 5,000 images per month for free in Group 1 and Group 2 APIs, whatever that's supposed to be. Images processed by Group 1 APIs and images by Group 2 APIs. Question is what can analyze 5,000 images per month for each comma in Group 1 and 2 APIs. Not sure what this is supposed to mean. But still, even if we have to pay it, it's like $1 for 1,000 images analyzed. Oh, that should be okay-ish, I hope. Let's dive into it, I guess. Developer guides, HTML. They have a PDF version. Oh boy. Terrible. Terrible. Anything that uses documentation inside of PDFs, terrible. Can I hit the bug now? Oh, grab the app. Shoot. Come on. Grab the app. Shoot. Come on. Up. 1. Up. 2. And now we can hit the bugger. There we go. Okay, finally. Oh yeah. All right. So, working with images, I suppose, is what we want to do. Image specifications. Let's start with working with images. I haven't done any reading inside of the docs. What I did do is, like a week or two ago, watched one video of Rekognition. That's all I know. From there we go in blind, basically. Image moderation, text in image. Detection. These are performed by non-storage API operations where Amazon Rekognition image doesn't persist any information discovered by the operation. No input image bytes are persisted by non-storage API operations. Okay, apparently we have storage-based and non-storage-based operations. Probably very, very similar to, or these correlate with synchronous versus asynchronous APIs. And apparently all of these are synchronous, right? If I understand this correctly. doesn't persist, so it needs to return them. Amazon Rekognition image can also store facial metadata in collections for data retrieval. For more information, see there. In this section, you use Amazon Rekognition image API operations to analyze images stored in an S3 bucket. And I do have an S3 bucket from our us testing ground truth, like 20 episodes ago, 2 weeks ago. 20 episodes sounds so long, but it's actually just 2 weeks, I think. Or maybe 3 weeks. And in here we have pretty much the same images that I have right here on my local machine. So, analyze images stored in an S3 bucket and image bytes loaded from the local file system. So that's also an option. Okay. This section also covers getting image orientation information from a JPEG. Getting image orientation information. Oh, okay. That might be interesting as well. So let's check this one first. Or we start with image specification. Apparently, some of the SDKs automatically base64 encode images. That's very good. We can analyze images in JPEG or PNG format. So that's very important. Ooh, that's very important. In fact, if we go to iOS image format. Yeah, there we go. It comes out using hike. Okay. That's an important piece of information for us, because that means we may need to transform recognition. Say it like so, supported file formats. JPEG and PNG for image analysis. Go. That's very important for us. As image bytes to an AWS Amazon Rekognition image operation as part of the call, or you reference an existing S3 object. So files in S3 or local files. For an example of analyzing an image stored in an S3 bucket, see analyzing images stored in an S3 bucket. I think I've already opened that. Okay. For an example of passing image bytes, see there. Use HTTP and pass the image bytes as part of the recognition image operation. The image bytes must be base64 encoded. Okay. If you use the SDKs, they handle it for you. Very good. Correcting image orientation. In several recognition API operations, the orientation of an analyzed image is returned. Knowing image orientation is important as it allows you to reorient images to display. Okay. Recognition API operations that analyze faces also return bounding boxes for the locations of faces within an image. You can use bounding boxes to display a box around the face on an image. The bounding box coordinates returned are affected by image orientation. Important. And you may need to translate bounding box coordinates to correctly display a box around the face. All right. Internally, Amazon Rekognition resizes images using a set of predefined ranges that best suit a particular model or algorithm. Okay, because of this, recognition might, so actually this is very important, important notes up front. Go. Now we have these two, at the very least. Because of this, recognition might detect a different number of objects or provide different results depending on the resolution of the input image. For example, suppose you have two images. First image has a resolution of 1024 to 768 pixels. The second image, resized version, has 64 times 480. If you submit the images to detect labels, the responses from the two API calls might differ slightly. Okay. Image size may affect the results, at least on detect labels API. Good to know. All right. All right. Next, let's go to analyzing images stored in an S3 bucket. That should be fun. So we use detect labels operation to detect objects, concepts, and scenes in an image. Okay, let's do it. Can do that from the SDK, I think. So, detect labels. JSON. Create file detect labels dot input dot JSON with the following content. Place values as needed. So maximum label, minimum confidence, I don't know. Let's stick with that one. The bucket is going to be t time test. And then we have ground truth input slash, I don't know, let's take the first one here. There's a JPEG, so that's good. It is in the right format. Let's figure out what this image is. Okay, apparently it's a bad one. Do we have this bad boy here? Because this might still be okay to identify. It's not inside of here? Seriously? Nope. I don't know. What else do we have here? We see nuts right there. Do we have this one? Yeah, we do. Very good. Let's take this one. So I'm adding this prefix because it's inside of the folder. Right? Then we create this file, detect labels.input.json. Go. And now we should be able to use the CLI. So if you haven't already, create an IAM user with these permissions, which we do have. We have admin access in my current user. Install the CLI. Okay, done. So this is what I'm following right now, by the way. Upload an image that contains one or more objects. Done. Use the following examples to detect operations. Let's go to the CLI because look at it. Java. And finally print stuff. AWS CLI. Do this. I think we can do minus CLI input. Jason. Hey Sodium, good to see you. How are you doing? we are back to AWS, but this time on a different service. And in fact, I'm kind of back to you remember the startup idea. I mean, the other stuff was also in preparation for the startup idea, but this one is more directly related to that. Currently, I'm checking out AWS Rekognition. Hey, Sequential. That French? Good day to you. Welcome.
_ joined our tea time.
So, the startup idea with checking, going quickly over it here maybe. Basically, we want people with sensitive skin to be, well, they need to buy a cosmetics product. And when they are in the shop, they just use our app, take a photo of the ingredients and maybe of the product itself. Then click upload and analyze. And after 10 seconds or so, hopefully less than 10 seconds, they get a result. This product is something for you, or this is likely to cause some allergic reactions or whatnot. And one part of that is actually figuring out what is on the ingredients list. How would you rate the JSTS ecosystem from? It's a 11. Are you in the ecosystem? I'm a friend of it. It does come with buggy code. JS. I figured that much. Yeah, 10 is the best, right? It can be flaky, but it can also be great. If you find the right tools for your use case, it's pretty amazing. It has a lot of flexibility. You can do a lot in a very, very short amount of time. There's great support from the community. There are also bad things. In particular, TypeScript still has not figured out how to write proper error messages that you can read. So while we are with TypeScript tea time, and I'm a big friend of TypeScript, the error messages are just so terrible. They are just like 11-year-old deprecating their products, because why not? Well, yeah, there are some 11-year-olds that deprecate their products. But if you are a proper developer, I also take you into responsibility to actually check what kind of dependencies you bring into your project. That's an important part of being a developer and deciding for a specific technology. But you're right. Some 11-year-olds are out there. Don't use their products. Take those from the pros. Redux has been out there, for example. And Redux, the core Redux library, for example, has not changed forever, I think. Last published 5 months ago. Okay, yeah, that's not that close, but a year ago, and then the version before that was 3 years old and it was just stable. Actually, we're still on version 4, so we are now 4 years into this Redux version, which is not bad, but it's also one of the good examples of JavaScript. I gotta point that out. It's also one of the good examples. It can be way worse. So I hope that in this image, the machine learning stuff recognizes our some nuts inside of there. So for that, I want to go to AWS CLI. What do you think about the ecosystem? So let's go to Rekognition. Of course, it's not going to be send email, but we can probably go to index.html. Okay, apparently not. Table of contents, recognition. And then we go to detect labels right there. And in here we should be able to... Are we not able to set... Why is the documentation so terrible? Common parameters. Okay, there we go. I don't really use JSTS from what I've experienced and heard. Not the best, to say it lightly. Yeah, it depends a lot of what you're working with. And if you come from the very, very stable Java world, for example, where everything is basically in the core library, otherwise you don't use it, then it's probably something to get that needs some getting used to. Absolutely, I've heard something similar from somebody who was in the fairly... I actually use Rust, where the standard library is really small. Okay, fair enough. Rust is actually pretty new, right? How old is it? 9 years. Okay, that's very young. I mean, TypeScript is pretty much 10 years. So also not very, very old. Oh, was that the game? Not the... Okay. Oh, my bad. Rust programming language. Good point. Fair enough. 2009. 6. It has been maintained by the Rust Foundation since 2021. Okay. So it's 14, 16 years old, huh? Alright, alright. Good call, good call. First appeared 2010. Wikipedia has spoken. Wikipedia has spoken. Maybe that was while working on Mozilla research. Maybe that's why. And then externally they've released it 12 years ago. Okay. Yeah, there are a lot of Rust enthusiasts out there recently. Good call. Shouldn't we be able to set this CLI input JSON? Detect labels.input.json. Yep. So, are we in the right place? Probably doesn't matter. Does not work. Okay. Do we have to write this manually? I don't want to. Why does it not support this syntax like the other ones did? Right, let's try this and instead put you there. Bucket is t-time test something something, and then we go name is going to be ground truth pixel something 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 text. I'm using Ubuntu, actually a fairly old version. And if we find some time today, I want to set up an EC2 instance with RDP with Ubuntu 22, so I can run that. Name person. Confidence 97%. Did we take the right image? What? So it's analyzing this image, by the way, which is my muesli, my cornflakes, basically. And GNOME has now telemetry. Yay! Well, yeah, you gotta improve your product, right? Somehow. All right. Apparently, it's a person, at least one of them, with 97%. Probably due to my thumb being on there. Also human, also poster, and advertisement and plant and paper and brochure and text and a toe. No, it's a finger. It's a finger. Recognition, what are you doing? Do your job. I have a very flexible toe, you know. I have very flexible feet and a very flexible big toe. It didn't recognize nuts. Are you kidding me? This is a nut. Maybe because it doesn't have shadows, it doesn't recognize it as nuts. Okay. Well, at least it did something. It did something. I need more training samples. So we are using Rekognition, which is pre-trained, and it's trained on like probably millions and millions of that's to extract. AWS Rekognition is a pre-trained service. We did not train it, and in fact I will not be able to train it within a reasonable amount of time. Yeah, if you want to check it out. Currently I'm just doing labels. What I'm actually interested in is what text is inside of there. But getting, first of all, comfortable with at least one of the API calls will be useful. So what we can go do next is detect text. And with that, I suppose we can put in the bounding box as well. Interesting. Regions of interest. Do we have to provide this? No. We can just take all the image if we desire to do so. But we could provide a bounding box instead, which is also nice. Word filter, min bounding box height, min confidence. Image. Image looks very, very similar. Version is probably optional. Yeah. So the basic syntax of this seems to be the same. That's what I was hoping for. Which means we can just go here, take away my toe, and just say detect text like that. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Detected text nus, and so on and so on. We probably want to pipe this into something. Detected text dot. Was it a JSON? It was a JSON, right? Pump it inside of there. Pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it, pump it. We don't need anymore. Did I? Oh, I moved it into the wrong place. Detected text dot slash episode 110 slash. I think we can do this, right? Yeah. There we go. So what we see, text detections, which is pretty much everything except for text model version. We see a couple of objects, each one having a detected text, what type it is, like line, the geometry, and how sure it is that it did detect this text. It also has an ID and the bounding box. Would be good if we would draw this. Serve. Where did the image actually go? Where does it say serve? Well, it did. Up there it says nus. Very good. Does it find Knuspermuesli? Knuspermuesli. There we go. Then crunchy. It did not find the crunchy. Maybe runchy, which is not a word, but it did find runchy. Okay. So if letters are half hidden, it does not infer it. In particular, well, this is kind of stylized, so maybe that's why. Does it try Knuspermüsli twice? Because up there it again says Knuspermüsli. Knuspermüsli. It did find it twice. Once as a word and once as a line, which is okay. They probably refer to the same. If we look at the bounding box, we should see they are exactly the same. 0, 4, 2. Sorry, here. 0, 2, 5. If I go to the other one, it's also 0, 2, 5. Yeah. Top left. So these are the same. But once they detect it as a line, because there is no other words in here, and once this line consists of a single word, Knuspermüsli, and if it works the same as TextTract, we should see. Here we go. We see from the word we have a parent ID 2, which is exactly the ID of the line Knuspermüsli. Very good. Okay. Do we see the children? Oh, we do not see the children in here. Interesting. In TextTract, the other AWS services we checked out earlier, it did indeed show all the children. I mean, when we have the parent direction, we also have the children direction, right? Although we have to manually put those together if we want to. What else do we have? Do we have Inhaltsstoffe or Zutaten? It did find Zutaten. Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good. With a confidence score of even 98, which is good because this one is actually surprisingly hard to detect, at least for a human. Maybe for machine imagery, this is just obviously there. It says Zutaten because it's a different hue compared to the context. This white, greenish color. Now you gotta get the actual ingredients. Yeah, exactly. We do have this the information about. Why is this left? Lower. Wait. I need to look at top, not at left. I need to look at top. So this is about halfway down, which is pretty much correctish. So if we have Zutaten, we can look everything that is close by after 0.48. We could, if we wanted to, have like a find flow filter by everything below Zutaten.ts. Before I do that, however, let me actually check 0.49. Maybe it's already ordered 0.51. It seems to be exactly ordered by top. Looking at not quite. This one, wait, 0.579 and 0.572. Okay, no, that's still in order. 0.6. Yeah, it seems to be ordered exactly by top. That was quite a jump, but apparently that's still correct. This one, oh, okay. Interesting. So we first, let's write this down, detect text, which looks pretty much like this. We can remove that one. Detect text. Result is a JSON that is ordered by not confidence. It's not ordered by confidence, is it? No, it's not ordered by confidence. It seems to be ordered by first type all lines first, then words. Then secondary is by topmost to bottommost, top to bottom, as defined by, what is this called? Geometry bounding box dot top. Oops. Geometry dot bounding box dot top, or item dot, I don't know, how do I, array item dot geometry dot bounding box dot top. That's very good, because that gives us a lot of information, as long as images are top to bottom. If they are rotated, we get into trouble. Let's find one that is actually rotated. This one, chamomile, like chamomile tea. You, my friend, you are going to be our second example. Now, let's tag you, and we tag you, and we put you right there. So this is an example of chamomile, chamomilla, I don't know, chamomile tea, chamomile tea. The image is by inverted, standing on top, inverted. So the text is upside down. Thank you. GitHub Copilot doing a good job again. And this one, by the way, was what exactly? My crunchy Nuss-Knusper-Müsli. Nuss-Knusper-Müsli. Yes, I can write U. Image, whoops, my bad. Image is oriented correctly. Text is, I don't know, correctly done. So let's take that by, and we do here, and we say detected text.json, and we probably want to say 20, maybe 14402135 dot evaluate. Are you not inside of the, why is this file not here? I was sure I uploaded all of them. This bad boy. This one doesn't exist locally. What is happening? Why do some of... Oh. Okay, let's take that one maybe. Do you exist? Yes, you do. Okay, this is my hummus. And yes, you see a lot about my diet of hummus pack. The image is oriented 90 degrees. Is rotated 90 degrees. So the text is only readable when you tilt your head to the right. So, okay. And then we say hummus.json. That works. Ba-ba-ba-bum. So here, do we have something like orientation in here? No, we don't. Oh, did I use the detect labels call? Okay, my bad. Text, text, text. Fact. That's the wrong directory. Go here. Go. Text detected. Very good. Fast ausgehebt, Sesam. So it did detect some text, definitely. Do we have orientation in here? There should be something like that. Model 3.0. Confidence score 99. Blah. Where do we see the orientation? Well, apparently it's from Perla Europe. Where do they find that? Ah, there it is. Okay. It doesn't. At least it's not obvious where. How it is oriented. Didn't it say something like there is, I don't know, something like sometimes we include the orientation, image resizing, correcting image orientation. In several recognition API operations, the orientation of an analyzed image is returned. Apparently not in the one that we are looking at. Knowing image orientation is important as it allows you to reorient images for display. Recognition API operations that analyze faces also return bounding boxes for the locations of faces within a text, within an image. You can use bounding boxes to display a box around the face of an image. The bounding box coordinates returned are affected by image orientation, and you may need to translate bounding box coordinates correctly display a box around the face. Getting image orientation and bounding box. Actually, I want to leave you open. You in a separate orientation. Apparently moved us to the wrong one. Here we go. So let's double check one thing. Does say top 0.43 has way less width than it has height, which means it actually, yeah, it is very, very thin in its x coordinate, in its x direction, but it's very, very long, relatively, in the y direction, the height. That means it actually identified the bounding box as is in here, marking this area. It's interesting. Okay, good to know, good to know. The result shows bounding boxes result lists bounding boxes as in the original image. i.e. The text is not rotated. It did find all text in the image. Pretty much. At least on the first view here, we see most of these. Maybe omega 3, omega. Oh, it didn't find omega, huh? Didn't find the omega. That's not great. Why not? It did recognize most of this, but it didn't recognize this bad boy. Does it find salt? It does find salt. Maybe it's because of the contrast. This black and the gray. So what I'm referring to is this part here currently. In the particular, oh, look at that. It, it is basically like you do these captchas. For us, this is still very, very clear as human. It says omega 3. But for a machine learning operation, having these dots in between might actually be pretty annoying and cause it to not find what is inside of there. We have something like A3? No. Something with -3? No. It didn't find it at all, apparently. At least given the... Did we provide any kind of confidence score minimum? We didn't. We didn't. By the way, I want you to be here. CLI docs. And I want you there. CLI docs. These notes will be useful. For me, at least. Do we have a confidence score? We have a word filter min confidence score. Minimum is, default is 80. Okay. Does that match our what we find in here? No, it doesn't. Look at that. It has a 66 in here. AWS documentation. Why did you lie to us? There was no need to lie to us, was there? It was not necessary. You could have just said to us, my actual minimum confidence score is 60 or 30. But instead you told us it's 80. And now we're... How can we trust you? Documentation. Do I actually look at the right one? No, I don't. Yeah. Detect. Detection filter? Where did the other one go? Detect text. There it is. Minimum confidence. Oh, if I click on the min confidence, that's why. Okay, I clicked here and then it actually switches me to a completely different documentation. Okay, well that's something interesting to note. Text detections, text model, C also. Okay, none of these are documented inside here. To detect the text must be within minus 90 degrees orientation of the horizontal axis. Minus. So we cannot have text that is like upside down, can we? Is that how I should read this? Let's fix the link. Okay, apparently the link was correct. Anything else we should be aware of? The word is one or more script characters that are not separated. Oh, would you look at that? The text can detect up to 100 words in an image. Only? It's ridiculous. 100 words is like nothing, right? It's completely useless. Even this one has probably more than 100 words. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the first line, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. So at the least, this is like 50 words. And this is just my hummus. Most of the... Yeah, of these bad boys, this is my toothpaste. They have way more and way worse ingredients, in fact. Or this one, look at that, walls of text. This is sun blocker. And if we have something like this, we are completely lost. I mean, we can, looking at the documentation, this gets more and more annoying now. We can include regions of interest. So worst comes worst, we can like do a scan through the complete document. But how do we detect how to scan it and then how to put it back together? Oh, 100 words? Are you kidding me? Text detection. Where are we now? That's the API call. Huh? Information about a word. Ah, no, that's the... Where are we? Information about a word or line of text. Ah, that's the response object. Okay. That's the response object. Detecting text. Let's go there. Okay, let's read a bit. Rekognition can detect text in images and videos, can then convert detected text into machine-readable text. Okay. Can use machine-readable text detection in images to implement solutions such as visual search, for example, retrieving and displaying images that contain the same text. Content insights, for example, providing insights into themes that occur in text that's recognized in extracted video frames. The application can search recognized text for relevant content such as news, sports scores, athlete numbers, and captions. Navigation, for example, developing a speech-enabled mobile app for visually impaired people that recognizes the names of restaurants, shops, and street signs. Public safety and transportation support, for example, detecting car license plate numbers. Okay, filtering, for example, filtering personally identifiable information from images. Within videos, we don't really care. Get through it. Okay, not useful. To detect text and images in JPEG or PNG, use the detect text operation. To asynchronously detect text in a video, use start text detection and get text detection operations. Both image and video text detection operations support most fonts, including highly stylized one. That's good. After detecting text, Amazon Rekognition creates a representation of detected words and lines of text, shows the relationships between them, and tells you where the text is on an image or video frame. Word is one or more script characters that aren't separated by spaces. Important one. And there it says it again, unfortunately. We do not need anything about detect text, do we? Oh. Terminology, no, terms. Terminology. A word. Detect text can detect up to 100 words in an image. Just so little. It's just so little. Same for get text. And get text detection, get text detection. So I don't know, restrictions, limits, supports. Oh, it doesn't work for Japanese. Designed for example, Amazon Rekognition detects a driver's license number as a line. The line ends when there is no aligned text after it, or when there's a large gap between words relative to the length of the words. Depending on the gap between words, Amazon Rekognition might detect multiple lines in text that are aligned in the same direction. If a sentence spans multiple lines, the operation returns multiple lines. Okay. Following image, it's Monday, but keep smiling. So this one is a line, 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 but it detects, well, each of these words, but and keep are two separate words within the line, right? It's Monday, but keep smiling, then are the words, and it's Monday, but keep and smiling are the lines. Okay. And text must be within plus 90 degrees of the horizontal axis. All right. That's so limiting. Oh boy. It's so restrictive. I'm not sure whether I can continue with this, or the idea that I have, without at least introducing multiple workarounds, like letting the user trim down the like pre-select the area where the text is, the ingredients are. That would be an option, although it's an annoying one. I think that would be a workaround. Or also, images have to be oriented correctly. So either we first need to find out the orientation, and then invert the image possibly, like not inverted, but rotated by 180 degrees to notice, oh, that's the correct image orientation, and then pass it down to recognition. Did we have this limit of 100 words on AWS TextRect? Word limit? Quotas. PDFs. Any limit to number of PDFs? I don't think there is. Don't think there's a word limit. Why does it only support 100 words? That's so ridiculous. Who came up with this? If I look at this, these are all the ingredients. Oh wow, cannot read anything in there because it's so blurry. I didn't really took a great picture. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are about 100 words already. Just making a quick, there are nine words horizontally, and these are 9 lines, 10 lines. I forgot the exact number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this small snippet already has around 100 words in it. That's not great, and that's just my sum blocker. I can't even imagine what other products will have inside of it. And what's even worse is that it's only supporting these languages. At least it's designed for them. That doesn't necessarily mean that it cannot detect Japanese language in images, but it's at least not designed for it. And I suppose, so let's be honest, judging from how machine learning works, and it has to train a lot, if you don't feed it, or if you design it for English, Arabic, Russian, German, French, Italian, Portuguese, and Spanish, then you probably don't feed it with, do you? With Japanese imagery or Chinese imagery. Do you? Which means in that case it won't be able to tell and detect the text inside of there. What are we gonna do with this? Do we have 100 words inside of here? Yeah, we have exactly 100. And that's when it stopped. So what we could do, oh man, we're getting into the workarounds. Even before we started. That's not great. But one idea would be that whenever we detect 100 words, exactly 100, then we do a sweep instead. Splitting the image into multiple parts, like maybe, I don't know, binary or tertiary, and then analyzing each of the parts, and looking whether one of these again hits 100, and then possibly splitting that one again, and so on, until we have less than 100 words for each. That will be an option. So there are ways around it. That's what I want to say. There are ways around this 100 word limit, but it's still very restrictive. In particular, compared to TextRect, I don't think TextRect had this limit. I don't think TextRect had this limit. What to do with it? I think Homeless would be very, very interested in this. Maybe. I don't know. Workaround ideas. Disclaimer. Needing to come up with workarounds before having started prototyping is not a great sign. Maybe it's better to look for other options. Anyway, one idea, getting around 100 word limit. One idea would be to run image detection. Maybe I just do this. Lock. Pseudocode. Is there a pseudo? There is. Is there? There is not. Never mind. Can do Python. Python is pretty much pseudocode, right? For each image, for each line. No, don't do that. That's not right. Get around the 100 word limit. Run image detection. If length of word item with type word is greater or is equal. How do you equal in Python again? Is it double equals? Then split image into parts of, I don't know, 2 n parts, say 2, could be binary, tertiary, whatever works best. Then run image detection on each part, merge results, but only if well, actually we want to recursive call of parts. If image text detection. Into n parts using bounding boxes. That's the right name. Text. Yeah. No. Wait, what? Go to the CLI. Request syntax. Regions of interest. Using regions of interest param to copy binary, tertiary, whatever. because of call. So text detection of parts, and then which results, else return result, which results, return result. Text parts equal to this, which results. There we go. To do, always nice to have a anchor. Version anchor. So that's the basic idea. If we detect 100 words, then split image and rerun detection. Something hit my eye. Give me a second here. All right, I fixed my eyeball. Yay! Okay. So, not having this in Japanese is a bad omen for wanting to build this app for the Japanese market. Definitely not a great start. Definitely not a great start. All right. Yeah. Detect text on recognition is surprisingly restrictive. Seriously, just 100 words is like, okay. That is not much. That's not much. And having to do this multiple times, like splitting the image and then detecting within the sub images, it is a workaround. But why can it not do more than 100? That's just so ridiculous to me. The AI definitely can do more than 100. Just probably somewhere some hard-coded limit inside of the code of recognition. Maybe for marketing purposes, that would be even worse. Okay. Did we, by the way, in our other example, This was Knosper Muesli. Here we had word 51 times, yeah. So that's why it probably found everything. It probably found everything. Apparently there's the word 486743 inside of there. Enthalten. Okay. How do we continue with this? I guess we kind of got an overview. Maybe I do another additionally, ask the user to mark the text area with ingredients, with the ingredient within the image. That helps us immensely, I think. What else do we have? Orientation. This is a terrible UX. Terrible. Also, there are a couple of things here. Only supports these bad boys. It's also a restriction. In a particular, thinking about that many users will actually be on iOS, particularly probably the main part of users will be on iOS. And iOS installs, saves images in a different format, which means we need to transform images from, I think, hike, I don't know, before we to JPEG or PNG. So Amazon or AWS transcode hike to JPEG, probably one which we can use. There's a gist for it. There's a Medium article. Maybe it's possible React Native iOS hike to JPEG. Is that an option? React Native hike converter. It's been out there for a while. It's pretty good. Has been updated 19 days ago. It's not so great. That kind of worries me. But there is something out there. Request welcome, blah, blah, blah. Return the data of the specified image in JPEG or in PNG. Okay, that's good. Then we can do the transformation. Instead on the client side. Once I understand how this code works, yeah. Apparently a .h and a .m file. No idea what either means. But it's written in Xcode, so this is native code, right? Swift. maybe. Any pros for iOS out there? Xcode, and that's it. Okay, that's surprisingly little. Is there something from Expo? Expo, iOS, Expo, image conversion, image manipulation. Wait, a way to modify images stored in the local file system. So first rotate the image 90 degrees, then flip it and save it as a PNG. Okay, so we don't need the other one if we provide the corresponding format. Okay. iOS base image format is not hike supported. So getting around iOS dot hike format. Oops. We can save in .png using Expo image, not picker, image, what is it called? Manipulator, which hopefully is supported on iOS. Yes, very good, very good, very good, very good. Love it. Thank you, Expo. What else do we have? Not having Japanese. That's a big one. Next. I didn't say next. Next. Next must be within the net. Getting around orientation. Text orientation. Limits. Ask the user using Expo image manipulator again to orient properly. How do you even call this? That text is like in the left to right, I guess. That's probably also one reason why they don't support Chinese and Japanese. Because oftentimes you have text that is actually standing upwards. And then in top to bottom written. And then also from right to left and not from left to right. So it's a fairly different set of properties. Not sure how the text actually looks on cosmetics product. Oh. Okay. Getting around language. So this is again terrible UX, fortunately. Language limits. I don't know. That might be a big one. Okay. I mean, we did learn something. We actually learned a lot. Basically, we learned that recognition is a terrible choice. I gotta say it. I gotta say it out loud. I cannot not say it. It would be a lie if I say this is a great fit. Oh. Yeah. It is what it is. It is what it is. Actually get rid of all of these and we just say detect text like so, and then we just remove the text labels because we do not really care about it. How to run. There we go. It is what it is. Right? And you need to have triple. All right. I think for the time being that concludes our trip into AWS Rekognition in particular, so text detect inside of AWS Rekognition. It is restrictive to say it doesn't quite fit our use case, I don't think, but it might still be the best on the market, or at least, yeah. The other ones that we could check out is probably something from Azure, detect text and image, and one from text extraction. Can we switch this? Why is it in German? My browser is set to English. Chrome, ;/settings, search language. There it is. Preferred language. Use translate. No, don't do it. English. English. So irritating. And they don't even allow me to. Sorry, I'm slightly enraged about the. There we go. English. About the AWS Rekognition detect text API. It's kind of disappointing. Let's home process. I want text extraction. OCR. Extract printed and handwritten text from images and documents with mixed languages and writing styles. Yes. Where? How? Where do I sign? Deploy anywhere. For the cloud to the edge. Cloud to the edge is not anywhere. You can do on premises. Okay. Where do I get started? Documentation, probably. Documentation. Text. Section. All of a sudden they don't use the same name. Probably OCR. Rekognition, huh? Build spatial phase now. Image analysis, get started. Image description, face detection, generate meta tags. Image analysis reference. It might just be. It's probably inside of the OCR stuff. So basically, we provide it with an image or documents. It extracts text lines and words in metadata, and we get a structured JSON. All right, that's pretty much the same, as well as confidence score. And then we use it. It supports JPEG, PNG. Does it? Oh, okay. No, never mind. Never mind. JPEG and PNG. Very good. EMP, PDF, and TIFF. PDF and TIFF. File size of images must be less than 400 MB. That's a big image. 4 MB for the free tier. Dimensions at least 50 cross 50 pixels, and at most 10,000 cross 10,000 pixels. PDF files do not have limits on dimension. The minimum height of the text to be extracted at 12 pixels. For a 1024 corresponds to about 8 font point text, 150 dp. I think this should be fine. Supported languages. For print text, which we do have, English, French, German, Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, Russian, Arabic, Hindi, and other international languages that use Latin, Cyrillic, Arabic, and Devanagari scripts. Yes. Indian? Based on the ancient Brahmi script. Yeah, okay, something with OCR for handwritten texts. It even supports handwritten Japanese. To be honest, this is way better. I have to say, sorry AWS, if you intended, or Amazon, if you intended to sponsor me at any point, I have to say, you gotta do better. This is way better. This is way better for our use case. Alternatives. Azure. This cognitive services. Optical character recognition. Because it does supports many languages, including all AWS languages, all that AWS supports, and Chinese, Japanese, which is what I do care for. Such a big market now. Both printed and handwritten. Handwritten Chinese? No handwritten Chinese. Never mind. Only. It does not support hike. That will be a lie. GitHub Copilot. That is a lie. Just because you're written by or owned by Microsoft, you don't have to make their products greater than they actually are. No need to do that, GitHub Copilot. We have a words limit? No. Output format is JSON, similar contents to AWS. So, meaning text and lines with location confidence scores. No language identification required. Not that we do care about it. We could probably just use the language from the device. Suppose for mixed languages, mixed mode, interesting. Back page, blah blah. Natural reading order option for text line output. Not sure what that is supposed to mean. Available as distro-less Docker container on-premises deployment. Okay. Wait. Oh, no, never mind. Okay, the computer vision recognized text and OCR operations are no longer maintained and are in the process of being deprecated in favor for the new read API covered in this article. Okay, so it's this read API. Use read API. Because that's the new API or the new operation that that replaces recognize text and OCR. Okay. Privacy and security. As with all the cognitive services, developers using the computer vision services should be aware of Microsoft's policies on customer data. Either a cognitive services page on the Microsoft Trust Center to learn more. Okay. This looks way better, I gotta fortunately say. Okay. And from OCR, tagged text in image. I think Homeless pointed out to me that the Google version is actually pretty good as well. Detect text and images, OCR. Google OCR. Cloud OCR. Go. If you are detecting text in scanned documents, try Document AI. No, we don't. We could. Interesting. On-device machine learning vision APIs. Seriously? If we do everything on the device, it will be so blazingly fast. Blazingly fast. A friend of mine is detecting all the places where in this current world they say blazingly fast. Or blazing fast, which they mistakenly sometimes use. And it's so much fun. Everything needs to be blazing fast or blazingly fast. Okay. Here does it even? Oh, look at that. Includes log data. That's great for us. That's pretty great for us. Dense text and documents. Cloud Vision, apparently. Cloud Vision API. PR. Files, text and images. Alright. The not so fortunate thing about this is I have no idea about either Azure ever so slightly, but G-Cloud not at all. How to manage users, how to manage permissions and whatnot. So there's a gray learning curve in front of me if I want to do this. Language hints. We can provide language hints, okay. We want additionally, what kind of languages do they support? Language. For the languages. Text and returns. Okay. Supported languages are those we prioritize and regularly evaluate performance against. Experimental languages are those under active development, but not regularly evaluated against. Mapped languages are those supported by mapping them to another language code or to a general character recognizer. For example, ENGB is supported, but it's not yet treated any different from EN for the purpose of recognizing text. Okay. I see. This is long. I can see Japanese. Very good. Wow, this is a long list of supported languages. Well done, Google. Long list of... Very long list, actually. Very long list of supported languages. There. German, English, Chinese too. Okay. That's the standard, probably Mandarin, right? At least it's said standardized Chinese. Not that I can pronounce the Chinese characters, but I can read them. I can pronounce them with Japanese pronunciation. Okay, very cool, very cool, very cool. Oh boy. Oh boy. Not having to go to a separate cloud provider for this is pretty huge. It's a pretty huge step. Ah, this cut Mandarin. Suva is... Okay, I have no idea. Never mind. Yeah, it's a pretty big step for what I'm planning to do in terms of the prototype. But I think it's it is a step worth taking. Probably. Oh, I don't know. Well, I probably have to think about it some more. The question is, what is more feasible in an okay amount of time for the prototype? First, going this route where we ask the user to do it, then we we limit to English and probably German, while sticking to AWS Rekognition, because the pricing is also very, very neat. Let's look at pricing here. Can we see the pricing? Cloud Vision API, guides, samples, pricing. We do get 300 free credits to spend on Vision AI. And we have 1,000 units of. Okay, that's good. That's cool. Pricing. New customer, $300 in credits. Free. I think this is in general. Plus, all customers get 1,000 units. For free. What was the pricing on Azure? Pricing. Do not include pricing. Never include pricing. Computer vision pricing. Let's take US dollar. Yeah, so we have it comparable. Pricing up here is, so we have $1 per 1,000 images analyzed. And did we have a free tier? Free. Text. Play. Cognition. I don't think we do. $5,000 images per. If that is true, for 12 months, first 12 months, 5,000 images per month for free. That would be pretty amazing. That would be pretty amazing. If it applies to what we are trying to do. So, computer vision. Free web container, 20 transactions per minute, 5,000 actions free per month. Web S3. How do I need to read this? But it doesn't seem to be different. I'm not sure. Do we just get 5,000 for free again here and forever? What is this S1 tier on Azure? Azure S1 tier. S1. We are releasing a new pricing tier for our customers, shown on our pricing page as the S1 offering. This tier will offer customers a higher throttling threshold in order to support high volume, enterprise scale, or mission critical applications. Consumers who are currently using the S0 tier, which was not even in this page, was it? No, it's not there. Wait. It doesn't say features. So we have to go here. Right? Do I understand this correctly? And then it's again $1 per $1 per 1,000. Pricing $1. $1 per 1,000 requests. All right. Cool. Commitment tiers. The pricing tiers are so terrible on Azure. I don't like how they structure pricing. Maybe I haven't used it often enough, but I don't know. It is weird. Right. To be honest, I'm most inclined to use Google Cloud. That does take some getting used to. Yeah, as I've said, I need to evaluate how for the first prototype whether we just use Rekognition because everything is integrated, or whether we use, because I do want to build on AWS, that's the one I'm most comfortable with. Switching to Google Cloud all of a sudden for the complete application would be, I think, fairly immense. And probably something that, yeah, that I don't think that's bearable and feasible. Same for Azure. So most of our application probably still lives on Azure, and then we just use the OCR stuff and maybe storage. Supposedly also storage for Google, from Google Cloud platform, or from the Google Cloud Vision API to do the analysis. And then we get everything back, and then we do more stuff inside of AWS. We are very, very familiar with by now, I think. That sounds like a plan. I think that sounds like a plan. But I will need to dig into it some more. Yeah, we can use API gateway and whatnot, integrate with all of this stuff, but it might be some work to do. All right, for this now, for now, I think I don't know, docs. And this is episode 110. Docs. Oh. AWS Rekognition detect text API, not a great fit for us. Good. Let's share that. Let's take a quick break. We've been streaming for 2 hours. And then I think I'll go into the EC2 stuff, which shouldn't be too hard, I hope. In particular, because I'm just gonna stick with the basics, not doing anything fancy. We just stick with the default VPC and whatnot, and just spin up a new instance. Actually, I spin up an instance right now because it takes a bit of time. This is testing Ubuntu 22 RDP. No, desktop protocol RDP. Yeah, that's right. We take Ubuntu 22, very good. Ubuntu server. Actually, we want Ubuntu server does not include a UI, right? RDP into Ubuntu server. That work? I want Ubuntu server. Does that work? Okay, maybe it's going to be difficult after all. It apparently does work. XRDP. Okay. So maybe it does work. Take Ubuntu. We take free tier. Let's see here. All these different. They look pretty much the same, don't they? Ubuntu server 2020, 22 and 20. Oh, there's a different. We take 22. It's free tier illegible. That's very, very nice that they write it like that. 64, T2, which is the. Could take T1, which is even smaller, but I suppose at least 1 GB of RAM would be good. Otherwise, it won't help us much. I don't think we need to SSH into it from here. We can just do everything inside of the, like from the UI. I forgot how it's called. Basically like Bastion on Azure. So from within this browser window, we can dive into the machine's shell and then execute code without actually having any kind of SSH key pair set up. Allow SSH traffic from anywhere. Select existing security group. Do we default security? What I want, I think. If I remember correctly. Storage 8 gigabytes. I think we actually need more. Free tier eligible customers can set up to 30 gigabytes of EBS general purpose SSD. General purpose 1, 2, 3. I guess we, or 2 or 3. I guess we take 2. Maybe. Advanced there. Because spot instances, no, thank you. That won't work with our RDP idea. Shutdown behavior, hibernate behavior. We want to hibernate. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, it does allocate 1 gigabyte for the RAM. Should be hopefully be enough. Cloud branch monitoring, stop protection, no. Elastic GPU, no, thank you. Credit specification. Placement group, no. Capacity reservation tendency shared, please. Which is probably the default, I suppose. Kernel ID, Linux. RAM disk ID, I don't know. Metadata, user data. Where we could immediately try to install something, but let's not do that. And I guess that's it. Launch it, then I'll take a break. Connect to your instance, is recommended that you create one. Do I have to? I don't want to proceed. I don't want one that I need. I don't want to log in from local. I think I can proceed without. AWS EC2 shell from browser. I think they're Cloud Shell. Command line access to AWS resources and tools directly from the browser. Do I need a... No extra credentials to manage. Cloud Shell inherits the credentials of the user signed into the AWS management console, so there's no need to spend extra effort managing credentials locally. Yeah. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do. I hope I do this correctly. Seed without a KPI. And again, launch, please. No! For hibernation, the real device volume must be encrypted. Does it? Do you want to hibernate it? Actually, we don't really care, right? We write everything into block storage, to disk probably properly, and we don't need to hibernate. Where did I select hibernation? Hibernate, no, need to. Shut down and I want to stop it. I think this is, we can just save. So, do it. Successfully launched, there it is. And yeah, it didn't really launch, but it's now pending. I'll take a quick break, like 5 minutes or something. And then I'll be back to do more stuff. Alright, back we are to part 2 of today's stream, which is not AWS Rekognition anymore, but instead how to connect to AWS EC2 Ubuntu 22 via RDP, Remote Desktop Protocol. And what I want to do is use Cloud Shell. So we should now have an instance up here that is now running, and that we should be able to connect to somehow. Can click this connect button apparently. In most cases the guest username is correct, however read your AMI usage instructions. Check if the AMI owner has changed the default AMI username. Let's try it. We were unable to connect to instance. Make sure that your instance network settings are configured correctly for EC2 instance connect. For more information, check task 1 under the setup. Why not link to the documentation? Wouldn't that be an idea? We do not have set up SSH. So yeah. Connect to your Linux instance using EC2 instance connect. So instance connect, I haven't been doing this for a long time. I kind of forgot everything. Instance Connect provides a simple and secure way to connect to your Linux instances using SSH. With EC2 Instance Connect, you use AWS identity and access management policies and principles to control SSH access to your instances, removing the need to share and manage SSH keys. All connection requests using EC2 Instance Connect are logged to CloudTrail so that you can audit them. So when you connect to an instance using EC2 Instance Connect, the Instance Connect API pushes a one-time use SSH public key to the instance metadata where it remains 60 seconds. The IAM policy attached to your IAM user authorizes your IAM user to push the public key to the instance metadata. Okay, SSH daemon user authorized blah blah blah. You configured when instance connect is installed to look up the public key from the instance metadata for authentication and connect to the instance. You can use EC2 Connect to connect to instances that have public or private IP addresses. Okay. Configure. So limitations, we can use Ubuntu 16 or later, which we do have. If you configure the authorized settings for SSH authentication, those which we do not have, I think. Prerequisites for installing. We do need to enable SSH. Okay, I missed that part. That's unfortunate. Which means maybe we actually have to completely terminate everything. Security. Doesn't have an IAM role attached. Okay. Outbound rules. Does provide all outbound, and it does provide all inbound, which is what I wanted, because I am on the public internet. Oh, wait. Inbound rules. source SG something. How did that work again? Security groups. Oops. Default policy. All traffic inbound, all traffic is allowed on all protocols, on all ports. IP version. Yeah, okay, so that should be all right. Yeah. Does source mean? Anyway. Where do we do this? Let me quickly check something here. Referring to reference group ID. He is confused. Me being confused. I want actually any access, but it doesn't allow me to. You may not specify an IPv4 CIDR on existing referenced group ID rule. Do we need a new one? I can also create a new one if you like to. Anywhere to anything. Delete me. Actually, I don't want it. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Wait. Ah, it's referring this one. Okay. Okay. All right. I need to be careful not to dox myself here too much. This is the inbound rule, which only allows network file system, apparently. I hope that's what NFS stands for. Art. So in here, I suppose I want to add another one. Do not delete securities that allow inbound. As for SageMaker notebooks. Did we set that up the other day? When was this created? Can we see that? We cannot. That would be very, very useful information. Just knowing when this was created. We see... Yeah, this is from SageMaker. Okay. Good to know. In that case, I think we want a new security group. Allow all incoming. what do we want? We want... Our problem is not with the networking and security groups. Our problem is that we did not create any keys. Can we do that after the fact? What if I am wrong? Apparently we can't. Okay. Let's create a new one, I guess. Let's call it the same. Ubuntu. Oh, we can have macOS images? That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Didn't know that that's an option. Those are good. Yes, create a new one. RSA is good. Delete me. Testing Ubuntu RDP. SSH. Stage for as a PEM. Good. When I click this button, hope it doesn't show the key. Right. It did download the key to my local. Right. Anything else? Allow SSH traffic from anywhere. That's good. And I think that should be it. Did we set up anything in the detailed stuff? I don't think we did, right? Do this. Right. This. The other one being stopped. I think we can actually get rid of this bad boy. We don't need you anymore. Actions and state. Right. Yeah, delete it completely. All right, let's wait a second until the second instance has actually spun up. And then we should be able to dive into it. So this. Okay, very good. For a second I thought I've doxed myself, but I didn't. Now we're inside of Cloud Shell. Where are we? This is not an EC2 instance, right? Oh, now I get it. This is like the AWS CLI, but you don't have to actually set up anything. Okay. That's what Cloud Shell is. I messed that up. Oh. Bye. All right. So that one would help us. So, are you done already? You're still pending. Come on, AWS, give me an EC2 instance already. Come on. Come on, you can do it. AWS, you just have to spin up a new instance. That's all. Why do I need an SSH client on my local to use EC2 Instant Connect? So that the security group associated with your instance allows inbound SSH traffic. Maybe we missed this one. Default security group for the VPC doesn't allow incoming SSH traffic by default. Doesn't it? Does it not? Did I misread that? I am in EC2 instances, networking security groups. Which one did we choose? Security group. That one. Launch wizard 1. And it does have SSH enabled. Okay, from anywhere. Very good. Are we done already? You're still pending? Come on. Come on, AWS. No, it's running. Okay, so apparently... apparently this does not change when you just click on this button. Or maybe it finished just now. Maybe that's why. Connect. And now I think we should be able to just go here and then we just say connect. And we are in. Very good. Very good indeed. So from here we can start installing the stuff that we need to set up RDP. So how did that work? XRDP. Oh no. No, 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 no. No. There we go. So we need at least some form of desktop. I think I'll go with XFCE, which I am currently running if I'm not mistaken. So let's install the desktop environment. Well, sudo apt install x ubuntu desktop. Do it. No such. Install RDP on Ubuntu 22. Oh. Sudo apt update. Maybe that's the issue. Oh, come on. More pop-ups, please. Internet. Usability is not one of your things. Update. Install XRDP. Yes. Sudo apt install. Is this on the server? Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. Install XRDP. That's quite a bit of stuff, so this may take a moment. Then we can check the status with system controller status XRDP, and possibly we enable it. Yeah, that will take a moment. We're doing the hacking thing, where there's the console is showing a lot of stuff and output without actually doing anything. Yeah, slightly. Yes. Get it. All right. So interesting that he never starts. Ah, okay, he starts it right here. Oh right, we needed the SSL certificate anyway to connect from my local to the remote. Because it tries to secure it will secure the RDP session, the remote desktop protocol session, using SSH. So, important. Where do I delete this one again? Oh god. Or will it just stay there forever? It is terminated. Why can't I terminate it again? Do it once more. Done. Okay. I guess it just stays there. What do we have? Running container seems to be up to date. No services need to be restarted. No containers need to be restarted. No user sessions are running outdated binaries. No VM guests are running outdated hypervisors. All right, that's good, I suppose. Sudo service, what was it? System control status. System control status XRDP. It is running. Right there. Good. So I use a mod -a-g. Do we need to? We definitely need to do this probably. That UFW. UFW. Can you see this, by the way? I hope you do. UFW. Can I list everything? UFW status. Sudo UFW status. Inactive. So this IP will be different. It needs to be the IP that I'm running on. Any port. Man, it's been so long since I've run this. User mod minus help. -a is add and g is group, right? So it's adding SSL cert to XRDP. Is there such a group? I mean, I can do it, right? We add ourselves to this group, right? No, huh? I need to read this again. Use a mod minus a minus g. Wasn't there like shell explained or something? Explain shell, thank you. What is this? So great resource, by the way, if you've ever been in front of a Linux command and you're like, what's this supposed to do? Explain shell helps. So xman command as another user, which is it's sudo in this case. Modify a user account, yes. Append, add the user to the supplementary groups. Use only with the G option. So G, the list of supplementary groups which the user is also a member of. Each group is separated from the next by a comma, blah 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 blah. So we are adding XRDP to the group SSL certificates. The mod group expand. Yep. So we changed the letter to editors. Okay. Oh, wait. Yeah. User created with the add user command. Users automatically assigned to a primary group. Add the user Quincy to the group writers. Okay, it's vice versa in a sense. All right. And we want to add. Nope. Did my command go? We want to add the user XRDP to the group SSL cert. It's the SSL private SSL cert snake oil key. Plays an important role. Remote desktop. It works. So then we restart XRDP. And let's double check system control status XRDP. It is running. Pretty good. And we do need to change the firewall. Wait, is that on my local? No, that's on the server, right? XRDP is a server implementation. Okay. So that we're right. We are right. Then I don't understand this firewall rule, however. We allow from some local address. Yeah. We allow from some local address to any port on this port 333 used for Windows Remote Desktop. Okay. So RDP. this needs to be everything on your local network to connect to the RDP server you have installed. Yeah, so when we run this inside of an EC2 instance, I have to allow my IP. This needs to be my local IP, like right here, right? And welcome in. Limivorous, or is it then Limivorous? Right? Okay, thank you. That helps a lot. Have you worked with EC2 instances or Linux a lot? So now how do I do this without doxing myself? that's the hard part. I mean, I can just allow anything to come in via Can I? Probably can, but it's probably not a good idea. It's my job. Good. Very good. I can, huh? Because it will still try to validate my SSH credentials. Control the access from security. Yeah, okay. But then I have to be sure that I don't dox myself there. So I take 0, 0, 0, 0 here. Are you getting to the EC2 instance? So I do have my PEM file down here. Currently, I am using so when you go to the instance and you just click on connect, I'm using EC2 instance connect to run it just in the browser because I was lazy. Yeah, it does have a public IP. I'm using that. And I will use this one for connecting from my local to there again. But for that to work, I need to allow it access. In fact, since I'm using the default security group, I think you can now access the instance if you like. I think that's an option. Does it not validate the key in any way? The SSH key? You would need the key, the private one, right? Yeah. You would need this PEM file down here, which I will not click on to actually log in. You can like try to connect to it, but you will not be able to actually log in. Okay. Yeah, that's what I expected. Yeah, the Mindside thing. Okay, cool. Very nice. That's what I was hoping it would work like. We need to reload the firewall. Come on. Firewall not enabled. Shouldn't it be? Why is the firewall not running on this instance? Should we enable it? I mean, let's first try to access it. I don't know. Do I have X3 RDP installed anymore? There was like a Ramina. Yeah, that was it. Apparently, last time I tried to connect to Ubuntu, you're going to end up with a network access role list, security group, local instance firewall. Yeah. Since our firewall on the local instance is not running, it might A, block us completely, or B, allow us to just go through. The security group as well, since I'm running in the default VPC, and I'm running with a default. Oh no, never mind. I think I need to adjust the security group. Do I? Wait, go to the instance, go to security, open the security group. We will need to, yeah, we only have SSH allowed at this point. So I think we need to edit the inbound rules. We add a new rule. We have RDP inside of here. RDP, there we go. Very good. From 0000, encryption, RDP access from anywhere. This is actually SSH from anywhere. Save. Done. And I think it gets automatically applied, right? So that should get us through the network. Through the security rule that's attached to the instance. We might want to check the instance network access control list. Networking. It is just, no, it's just public, right? Yeah, the default NACL, and I call it NACL from now on, is public. So that should be all right. I cannot access it from the instance. I need to go to the VPC, right? Because it's not a property on the VPC. It's a property of the subnet. And the subnet I am deployed into is this one. So I need to go to the subnet. It's been a while. Need to go to the subnet. I look at the subnet rules. And this network access control list just allows everything. Good. So we should be good. We should be good. We go through the NACL, which allows everything. We go through the security group, which allows now RDP, which is from anywhere, which is then we go through the firewall. Maybe on the firewall we still get blocked because a non-running firewall may just block us, but I don't know. Back to the security group. Anything that we've missed? Inbound, outbound is everything. So we can get back a response. And we have RDP in here, which is running on 3389. And I do think that's exactly what we just allowed, 3389, yeah, there we go. The rules, edit the rules, and rather than use my IP. But it does show my IP. Okay, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it, but I will not show it on screen. So let's remove you. And so what I will click here is this My IP button, but I will not show it to you, sorry. Like that, because so just to let you know, when I click this My IP button, it shows my IP right here. Oh, I need to do it, but I can do it on SSH as well. But I need to, in particular, do it on the RDP. Of course, was trying to make it more secure. Yeah, ironically, it is showing, it is doxing me while doing so. Okay, that should do the trick. Go somewhere else. That was this one. Thank you for that. Now I can take the public IP here, I think. I can go to Remina, which is an RDP client. It is slightly easier to use than X3 RDP. And let's call this Ubuntu 22 EC2. Yeah, like I08DA5337 ... Group, I don't care. RDP. Server is this. SSH. I do not have a password. So do I need to set my password? But I should be able to connect completely using SSH, right? SSH authentication. Enable SSH tunnel. Password, public key, SSH agent. Identity file, there we go. Fortunately, there was nothing. Well, it did show all of my keys. It didn't show anything that was relevant. I think it's probably under. Yeah, there it is. That's my identity file. The username is going to be Ubuntu, which is what it showed at the very beginning here, if I remember correctly. Well, I think it in the screen before this, it showed that the username is Ubuntu, and that it's trying to connect using that. Do I not set any? SSH key authentication failed, access denied. Authentication that can continue, public key. Where did it go? Ah, there. So when we're doing SSH tunneling, it is under SSH tunnel or SSH authentication here. But I do not have the right public key, right? Plan name, start, load balance. Yeah, it seems to be under SSH here. What I don't understand is if we SSH tunnel this, we connect to the. We do not even need to enable RDP port on the instance, right? Only on the firewall, because it's completely SSHing into the machine on EC2, and then from there connecting to the local to port, or maybe not. I don't know. We can try it. Maybe once we get this running, we can try it. So worst case. I create a user. If we do not get this running here. Character set, I don't care. Why does this identity file not work? It should. Let's maybe try to connect from my local. I go to SSH-I tilde slash, I think download slash delete me. Yeah, there we go. And now I need the IP address. And -il, -n or something. No, that is for forwarding. The very least we need this. Does that already work? We probably need Ubuntu Right. Permission are to open. It is required that your private key files are not accessible to others. Okay, that is probably why it failed. What I am running here on my local. This is my local machine actually. It is not an AWS AMI. What we have in the cloud and where we want to RDP into, that is an AMI. That is an AMI, the Ubuntu 22 image server from the free tier. So what I need to do is, probably we can do something like this. So move // and yes, you saw hummus just now, because earlier in the stream we were fiddling around with AWS Rekognition, text recognition, and I analyzed the ingredients of my hummus. So // downloads / delete something, and I want to move it into //.ssh/ the same. And then we do change mod. It needs to be that's L. Is it L or A for all permissions? Change mod 400, which is then write read for me. Yeah, I wanted to check what permissions are on there currently without showing all of my other keys, which you already saw. Luckily, you cannot really read them. I need to delete ls -l a /.ssh/del something. So that's the code I'm going to run. I'm not sure whether I need. Yeah, okay. So currently it is running with read, write, and read. Well, everybody, not great. I do think we need change mod 400 on /.ssh/delete something. That should give me read and write access. Read, write, wait, 400? Is it 700? Wait. 400 means I cannot even read it, right? No, I can only read it. Then I cannot delete it anymore. Shouldn't 700 be enough? Can I then delete it? As sudo I can still delete it, huh? Let's try this one first, maybe. And then .ssh. If it complains, it complains. Hey, there we go. So that one worked. Yeah, I don't want to. I want to delete it afterwards anyway, so no need to make it 400, I think, because otherwise I would need to go into sudo and then let sudo the root delete it, which it can, I think, right? Sudo can delete everything, right? We are in the machine. Very good. Ls doesn't have anything in it. Good. Yeah, very good. So from there, we might now be able to SSH tunnel into it by, if I select this SSH key again, now with the correct permissions. SSH. Find the right file. Hey Max, how you doing? To see you back in. Oh, there are so many freaking files in here. There it is. My root is just so cluttered by now. All right, nothing has changed on the outside, but I did switch it to the new, to the ~/SSH connection. Save and connect. Connecting, it failed. Authentication that can continue is public key. Oops. Actually, this one doesn't exist anymore. Delete it. Bye-bye. Can I do this? We should be required to set an SSH client, right? I mean, I can try with this one. Asking for my key phrase. I see you're streaming. Immediately there's a desire to go to work too. Yeah, I do think I do. So this is probably another private key that it's trying to access right now. So why does this key not work? We can do a pre and a post command. Or worst case worst, we set a password for the Ubuntu user, which we do not know because we just dived in using the EC2 direct connect, or I don't know what it's called exactly. It's called EC2 instance connect. Okay, it says here 400, connect to your instance using public DNS. Okay, we can try that one. Right? That didn't work. That probably wouldn't change anything. In particular, it looked to actually dive into the instance using the IP address, so that isn't what we need. So what you could do is connect via 3389 port directly using local username and password to test that work. You mean by local the EC2 instance, right? But I do not have a password for the Ubuntu user. We could set a password. You have proved SSH works, but you're just starting with the SSH channel. Yeah, exactly. Locally equals EC2, as local as it can be, right? So set password Ubuntu. No, I do not have interest. Pass WD, okay. We might lose the ability. Firewall not enabled. Well, the firewall is apparently not blocking the SSH access from AWS, so probably it won't stop us from diving in. Right? Right? I hope. Well, let's do. Did it freeze? Come on, you can do it. I think it froze. Close it. I think it froze. So EC2 username is yeah, Ubuntu is fine. Can do it. Apparently Ubuntu is not the right name. Why can I not connect anymore? Did we break it? We break fixed it. You're right. Yep. All right. So going back to the... Oh, actually, it's showing my IP address down below. So going back to security, going into the security group. Yeah, I changed also the SSH accidentally, more or less accidentally. So anyway, safe rule. That should help. And oops. If we connect again, we should be able to actually dive into the machine now. Yes, we are. Okay. So sudo passwd. And then do I provide the username? Yes. All right. Ubuntu. So Ubuntu is the right name. So just to verify this once more, who am I? Ubuntu. And I didn't make a mistake on the username, did I? This is H tunnel. Username Ubuntu. No, that is correct. Yeah. Same server. What does same server mean? Oh. Do we need to provide the... Yeah, okay. We need to provide the address here. I think. Let's try that one. Okay, never mind. It didn't work. So sudo passwd Ubuntu, and then I'm going to write some password, which is very, very secure. I don't know. I definitely messed it up. I didn't, okay. So even if you do a side channel attack, it won't help you much. Just to let all the hackers know, it won't help you much because I'm just going to delete the instance and then set everything up after the stream once more. So now if we go here, we go to basic, we go to Ubuntu, we type the password. Is this like... No, it's hidden. Very good. What was the password? Domain and resolution. Okay, do it. SSH public authentication failed. Did it do the... Did it try to SSH into it? Do that again. I shouldn't have taken a hard password. Like so. quality poor. There we go. We did it. We did it. Probably. No. You requested an HGFX mode. But your lib3 RDP doesn't support H.264. Please check color depth settings. So this could be I suppose I have not installed. So first of all, good job. Thank you so much, Limi, right? Limivorous. Is that an actual word, by the way? Limivorous. Limivorous. Swallowing mud for the organic matter contained within it. Interesting. How did you come up with that name? Swallowing mud for the organic matter contained within it. I like it. It's an old Lane M. Banks reference. I don't know Lane M. Banks, sorry. Scottish author. Okay. I see. Sci-fi. Cool. Nice. Livervorous. So, cheers. Thank you so much also. Exclamation mark, high five. We've earned us some tea. Yeah, tea. So, what I think. So this is failing. There are two places where I think this could be failing. Number one, we do not have any UI installed on our server. That might be an issue. We didn't install a GNOME or anything just yet. But apparently, your lib3 RDP does not support. Do I have lib3 RDP installed on my local? Apt list. What was it? Lib3 RDP? I forgot. Lib3 RDP. Okay. Lib3 RDP. Typo. It is not installed. Not here. What is? I suppose it's on the server, right? Right, different color. Do I need to RDP into a server? Do I actually need a UI on the server? Like GNOME or what is it? X server. So this other tutorial, I think this one used XFCE. Because it's a server version, I don't think that's installed, right? GNOME, neither GNOME nor XFCE on the EC2 instance. Yeah, fair enough. You're right. You're right. Stop thinking, just try it. Where do we change here? To high color, maybe? Let's do it. Oh, it actually works. That is our UI. Seriously. Who am I? I am Ubuntu. Where am I? I'm at 172 something something. So we did manage to do it, but we don't really have a UI. Which is basically, I now have a terrible SSH connection that I had twice. Once directly using kind of everything, yeah, but it does work. That's good. So that's good. Without actually having installed anything. It is interesting that I can actually, okay, I can, but it's still just a shell, right? No, wait. It's not just a shell. Is it? Is it? I don't know. Do we have anything installed here? Can we install, I don't know, VS Code maybe? Ubuntu 22, install VS Code. Or do we have, nothing is installed on there, right? Why is it that complicated to install VS Code? GIMP. I only need one way. An easy one. GIMP. There we go. I think I did sudo apt update earlier. So that should be fairly up to date. Come on, can do it. Let's install GIMP. And then we start GIMP. And let's see whether we actually get a UI. Oh, GIMP is so large. I should have taken something easier. Why is it so hard to install VS Code? We probably would have need to install Snap. And then apparently we can just sudo install code. Oh. Damon's using outdated library. Which services should be started? I don't know. But no, I didn't install anything. There's no nothing on there. So that's why I was curious whether it will actually do anything. Did I lose my focus? There we go. Yeah, I was curious, but it doesn't work. How do I actually get back? Control C maybe? I cannot get to OK or cancel. Okay, escape. Escape did the trick. So we probably need to install something, right? LXDE. Is that yet another one of those? Free desktop environment. Yeah. Shall we take this one? Install Ubuntu 22. Like this. Do it. This may take a moment again, but it's fairly quick. It is fairly quick. Or maybe it isn't. Installing the Firefox Snap. Is it? Does LXDE come with a lot of stuff? Like Firefox? And Snap? But then this might take a moment now. Reboot the system. Yeah, I was thinking about this reboot, but we should be fine. Because we do have persistent storage set up. the memory will of course be gone, but that should be fine. I don't have any idea about Linux desktop environments, to be honest, so far. Is there any nice primer for what I should know about desktop environments on Linux? If you have a resource, Nimmelvarus, that would be, I would greatly appreciate it. I mean, you've been helping me a lot, so you've done your fair share. If you say no, that's fine. You're asking the wrong person. Okay, you're doing everything without the UI, huh? The complete hacker style. If I had my hoodie, but today is not the hoodie day, I would be doing the gray hoodies for the win. Alexi is recommended to run using a light DM. What does light DM mean? Archwiki. Raw's desktop display manager. Fast and multi-desktop. I have no idea, but it's small, so it should be fine. After I've set this up, I want to try it out ever so slightly. Just doing a little bit of coding in it and seeing how different it is from Ubuntu 18. Maybe also install something like the Postgres adminer stuff. And if those are okay-ish, and I don't run into too many issues during that, I will actually try to, during the next few weeks, because I'm still running on Ubuntu 18. I want to, oh boy, he lost connection. We shouldn't have done this using RDP probably. So I want to upgrade from my Ubuntu 18 to Ubuntu 22. That's the basic idea. And I want to check it out beforehand to validate that, well, it's not as broken as something like Windows 11. Which Windows, by the way, so this is a dual boot I'm running on. They did finally, after it was released like in April, apparently, like 2 days ago or so, they actually recommended to me, you can finally upgrade to Windows 11. Do you want to do it? And I was like, no. But it will ask me again. I'm very, very sure it will ask me again until I change the registry. Yeah. And to not have a like Windows Vista, Windows 11 experience, I want to first try out Ubuntu 22. I suppose it hasn't changed too much, but you never know, right? And then during the next few weeks, somehow I will try to, well, first I will like back up everything for my Ubuntu 18 and then try to install Ubuntu 22, which I'm worried about. In particular, I'm worried about my Windows, which is still there. Doing the dual boot installation once is fine, but when you already have grub installed, apparently it's not as simple as just add a third one on top of it, which would be great, right? But from what I've heard from some people here in the community, it's not as simple, unfortunately. Yeah. So triple boot is not trivial, trivial apparently. I don't know. Let's log out and log in again. Maybe we messed it up completely. $16, and this time we save. Interesting. Man, did we completely crash everything? Because we now don't even see the SSH anymore. I mean, we can still try to do the following. We try to SSH into it. And then we do everything from SSH. Which should be way more. What is this Ubuntu Pro? Is it paid to... Did they add Pro features, like premium features to Ubuntu? Don't tell me. Ubuntu Pro for AWS, for production, for professionals. Ubuntu Pro for AWS is a premium image delivering the most comprehensive open source security and AWS compliance. Okay. Well, kind of stinks that they don't make this the standard image, right? But I guess they've got to live as well, right? Right. Not an issue we are interested at this point. We want to go here, and we are now inside. And now I want to do this one once more. List. What was it? LXDE? It is apparently installed. Now 11. Do we have to restart it? We probably have to reboot, huh? Install LXDE. Reboot. Can I just say this? Failed to talk to any daemon. Failed to set wall message. Interactive authentication required. Mission denied. Sudo reboot. Connection closed. This may take a moment. This one should have frozen as well. Yeah, it did. And it is running. Let's just... Oh, we cannot connect from here anymore, can we? Because we now have a password. Oh, no, never mind. The password doesn't matter because we are connecting via SSH. It might still be rebooting because this is not working. And here I thought this would be easy, like setting the RDP setup. From time to time, like sometimes I'm alone, sometimes there are a couple of regulars like Vio and Homeless and Max also, who you've seen earlier today. It's like a few people. Sometimes we have like 10 without a raid, so that's pretty good. And yeah, at other times I'm kind of on my own, particularly in the very early morning streams. So I'm in the Europes, and there are not many people working at 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock, and then at about 10-11 people start coming in because they start working or something, I don't know, or start waking up. Yeah, sometimes we get a raid. That's fun. So that's the current status of the stream. It has improved in particular in the last few weeks because I've been streaming very actively. For the last project that we did. I think during the last 2 or 3 weeks I've been streaming 50 hours or something, which is quite a lot, I think, for just having fun. And that was completely on AWS. We've set up a serverless MailChimp. You want to check it out? The complete collection is online. It should be available somewhere. I need to set up a bot command for that. Yeah, it's 49 hours and 56 minutes. The whole collection. That's the wrong one, sorry. You cannot access that one. So that's the complete collection on building a serverless MailChimp clone using step functions. Step functions, AWS Simple Email Service, AWS Lambda, AWS SAM. What else? API Gateway, lots of API Gateway. In fact, we checked out HTTP API and REST APIs. In the end, we used REST APIs to do fairly complex, kind of complex stuff on the API, like validation on the API level, like AWS API level, without it even hitting the backend. And also transforming when it comes into step functions and transforming when it comes out, returning a static response from the to the client. Like, for example, when you unsubscribe, somebody should just see you are unsubscribed, and it needs to be a GET request. So there needs to be a couple of transformations to actually start step functions, the workflow that deletes it. Or unsubscribes the user, and then it should respond with a proper response, right? The user should see inside of his browser some like a web page that says you are now unsubscribed. If you don't set up anything like doing some header transformation for the content type and overriding the content, it will actually start a download, and your user will be very much like, why did it download something all of a sudden? Let's report this person and the UI. It was a learning experience, so the later videos are way better than the first ones in the series. I can assure you. The later ones are very, very much better than the first ones. So did it? Oh, we are finally back in. So now we have restarted it, right? Maybe if we log in now, we might have a UI. Oops, something went wrong. The problem has occurred and the system can't recover. Log out and try again. What did we use earlier? This one? This one? That one? Very cool though. In the open and learn while it's being recorded. Yeah. I also published a blog. Well, I didn't publish it just yet. In particular for the first part, where we did not use SAM just yet, but I can already give you access before I publish it. Dev.to. So that's this link. Feel free. That's only the subscribe endpoint, and only half of it, in fact. It's like the simplified version, and it's completely using only the AWS CLI. for actually doing stuff, except when I say step function is really awesome in the UI. Check it out. But here's a way, if you want to do it from the CLI, we can also do it. It's a fairly lengthy article. The first one pretty much that I will actually publish. And if you just want the commands, you can go here to the GitHub repository at the very beginning, and it just lists. I need to fix the right here. These are all the commands to set up SES, to set up step functions, and to set up the API gateway stuff, and even configure cores, and then delete everything again. Because, well, you don't want all the junk lying around, right? Using AWS Nuke all the time is pretty annoying. That took a whole lot of time writing all of this fun stuff. Probably it's not going to be read because it's way too long. But well, maybe it won't. Maybe it will. Did it work? I don't know. I didn't. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, it was a learning experience. But I do think it's fairly cool what we've built in the end. There are a couple of problems that would need to be handled, like pagination of the contacts. If you have too many contacts, the API that we're using is going to be paginated, and in that case you need to handle the pagination instead of the step function. So that might take a bit of doing. Same for DynamoDB, because in the end we decided to add DynamoDB. We could actually get rid of the other way that we are saving contacts. But yeah, other than that, it was pretty amazing. And the way step function works, man, it has potential. It has so much potential. Seriously. It also creates all the... If you're just fiddling around with it and you're using it with something like Lambda or DynamoDB, it creates all the permission for you automatically. That is pretty amazing. And also, so if you want to check out step functions or anything serverless, this is the page that you need to go. It is encouraged, or this is actually part of the serverless office hours from AWS. You can even see the serverless office hours videos here, linked here. But these patterns are amazing. These are ready-made examples of how to, for example, use AWS Amplify to create Cognito and then API gateway and then access a Lambda function. Also step functions in here a lot. And we did make use of quite a bit of this. Particularly, I think, this REST API two-step functions. We benefited greatly from having this. Great resource. I can absolutely recommend it. They even have complete workflows, which is pretty amazing. Like completely ready-made applications for you to deploy, basically, using some of the tools. This is for SAM, for CDK and serverless framework or Terraform. So some of these only apply to CDK or some others, but pretty amazing. So it's not working. So the question is why we did not do this. Switching default. Reboot your system, which can be done doing this. Maybe we... I'm gonna close this one. Let's check sudo system control status LXF. Hey, thank you for the follow, Limivorous.
Limivorous joined our tea time.
You have to go. Love to chat with you. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your help, and it was a pleasure to chat with you as well. I'm looking forward to see you again. Cheers. Have a nice evening. Was it E or was it called LXFD? LXFE service not found. LXDE, okay. Service not found. It did crash in between, right? Oh man. Having this crash in between is basically like a death sentence, right? Although it's running on the server, even if the connection was lost, that doesn't mean the command is... Oh, it does mean the command has been stopped, right? Because not only the SSH session has been closed down, it might actually be that the complete terminal has been shut down while we disconnected accidentally, which means the installation was messed up. Sudo apt remove lxde. Let's do it. It's only 10 KB. Okay. Sudo apt install. Let's just do a quick reinstall to see whether that works in any way, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Verify an LXDE. I mean, we did a reboot already. We can do it again, but I don't think this will be helpful. So I think I will have to set this up once more. And get it running again. Oh, a bit annoying. Or we can do the XDFE XFCE desktop on server edition. Yeah, let's try this one instead. I don't know whether that's a great idea, to be honest. Did it reconnect immediately? In client drives. Okay. So, well, we can try to reconnect once more. Something went wrong. Well, that's to be expected. Eye color maybe? Use client resolution. Try it. That doesn't work, yeah. Okay. Sudo apt remove lxde. Yes. And in fact, I want to sudo apt. Do I want to sudo apt auto remove? I don't think I do. Let's take this bad boy. Did we have to install it, LightDM? Yeah, maybe that's the part that we were missing. Am I looking at the right? That's exactly the same page, is it? I think that's the exact same page. Except for XFCE instead of LFSE, LFDE. Well, let's try. And if it doesn't work, I think that's the point where I will finish for today. I'm actually Oh, Clarkio is not streaming today, unfortunately. Okay. So it didn't ask me to install LightDM. Install a desktop on Ubuntu Server 22. Installation. So the first thing that I want to know is what is task cell? Privileged access to what is task cell? Simple user interface for provides a simple interface for users who want to configure their system to perform a specific task. The program is used during the installation process, but users can also use task cell at any time. Let's try this one, I guess. I don't know. Nothing is working after all. We need to restart, right? Before we can say anything. Oh, that didn't work. Sudo reboot. Yeah. So let's reboot this. No. Set graphic. We should start. You may need to select the desired desktop flavor on the login page before you log in. In case the GUI is not starting at all, make sure your system boots into the graphical target. To do this, do this. Is that what we want? Is that what we want? I don't know. Connection refused. So probably it's still rebooting. Why do we need to use task cell? Instead of apt. This looks weird. This one is using task cell as well. Oh, light DM. Once you have installed light DM, wait. We want to install light DM, so we install task cell. Are you kidding me? But this looks very, very promising. This tutorial, I like it. Let's do that. There we go. So, let's do this. So, sudo apt install task cell should be fairly quick, I think. Task cell already on use version. Okay, done. Sudo system control status light DM. Do I have to? No, I don't. Light DM is running. Install task cell again. Did you read your own blog, friend? Is this auto-generated? This blog almost reads like it's auto-generated using GitHub Copilot, to be honest. Oh, we can task cell now. Sudo. Actually, what if I do this? You can choose to install one or more of the following predefined collections of software. That's where we were. Okay. Oh, would you look at that? It has more. Unfortunately, it does not have Ubuntu server in here, but it does say XFCE and Debian desktop. That's the basis and then the XFCE. Yeah, we want this. Okay, enter. All right. Config could not write. Permission denied. Okay, let's do sudo task cell, I think. I think we can do this. Enter. Wait, what? Did it already do the thing? It's not working. Reboot. Errors. Unable to fetch. Permission denied. Sudo. Okay, well, at this point I will just restart from scratch probably. I mean, we do know how to connect using RDP, so that's a start. We also know how to SSH into the machine. Next time we will install everything from SSH and not from RDP because that's what way more stable. And yeah, with that, I think the apt. I think we did this, right? Yeah, we did that. Yeah, we did all of that. All right. With that, I think I will take it offline. We did quite a bit actually, in a sense. We learned that AWS Rekognition is not the tool that we hoped it would be in terms of text recognition. or text detection. Most importantly, it has a limit of 100 words within a single image. There are workarounds for it, but that's not great. So I would probably check out the Google Vision API, Google Cloud Vision API for that to detect text. In particular, it also supports Japanese. Azure would be another option. But yeah, I think I'll go for the Google option on that front. Other than that, we did a little bit of EC2, Ubuntu 22 and RDP. Had some trouble. It's still not working, unfortunately. Installing an actual UI on the server seems to be the issue at this point. But yeah, that's it for today. I hope you had a great time here in the TypeScript Tea Time. Thank you so much for being here. Hope to see you next time. Bye everybody. Cheers.